Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a brand new month. Welcome to August 2026. I cannot believe we're already in August. We are now well into the second half of 2026, and this month is going to be a wild one because, as you can see on the screen, we have two eclipses this month. Okay, so basically, you can just think of this entire month of being under the influence of eclipses because even as I speak right now, you can already be feeling the energy of these eclipses depending on how sensitive you are to energy even right now, okay? So really the entire month of August is going to be filled with karmic fated activity, karmic fated events, and particularly when we talk about the eclipse on August 12th, the new moon total solar eclipse in Leo. This is a really important one because this is going to be our first eclipse now that the South Node is in Leo. So we're going to get our first taste, or the ball's going to start rolling now in regards to this new karmic energy in our life. So that's going to be one to watch for sure. There's a brand new karmic story starting in everybody's lives, and we're really going to see that play out this month. So that is really exciting. Hello, Rhoda. Welcome. So, on this particular live stream, I am open for August reading. So, if you want to know what to expect for this month, whether you want to look at that from an astrological perspective, you want to look at that from a tarot perspective, or both perspectives, then I am happy to interpret your chart or to interpret your energy for you. Just let me know. If you read the description box, I have all of the information about how to get a reading with me and what readings I offer. Just go ahead and donate for the offering that you would like, and we'll do your reading right here live on the stream. If you are a member of my channel, then thank you so much for being a member. And if you're on the higher tiers, which include free readings, and those have reset since we're at the beginning of the month, so you can get your free monthly readings. You just have to let me know. If you're watching this in the recorded version and you still want to get a reading with me, you definitely can. I do offer private readings. So again, just let me know. Connect with me on my website and we'll get your reading done for you. Okay. So I did just want to pull a couple of cards at the top of this stream just to give everyone a little bit of guidance for August. So just hang out with me for a little bit. Rhoda, awesome. Yes, you will be up first. So let's just kind of get a little bit of an idea of, generally speaking, what August has in store for everyone. So most important messages for August, please. What does everyone need to know about the energy of August? What can everybody expect? Most important messages for August, please. All right, let's cut the deck here. All right, so the overall energy for the month of August, we've got, wow, the 10 of Wands. Okay. So, with that being said, August can bring something to a close that maybe at one particular point in time in our life we really wanted, we thought it was really going to make us happy. We really maybe worked hard and pushed hard to go in this particular direction. And now we could be realizing that whatever this is no longer making us happy or has just gone as far as it can go. And there's maybe something else that we need to make space for and make room for in our life. And so It's possible that something in your life has kind of been slowly coming to a close for some time now. And now with the eclipses coming in, this is where the thing actually kind of gets taken away from your life, or you're actually able to remove it from your life, right? It gets eclipsed from your life. Okay. Remember that the new moon total eclipse that we're having on August 12th, this is with the south node. Okay. So with the South Node, this could be the release of old karma, the release of a lesson that we were meant to learn, that maybe we've learned it now and it's time for us to move on to a new lesson. It's time for us to make space for something new. So something could be ending in our life to actually make room for something better for us, okay? So kind of look at this month. What's kind of naturally ending, or what are you naturally not gravitating towards as much to? Or what seems to be leaving your life or just not really working out or seeming like it has like more potential for you? Just observe. And that's the whole point with eclipse months and eclipse times. These are not the times to set intentions. These are not the months where you try to make big pushes towards things. These are the times where you kind of just let what's meant to happen happen, right? You kind of take your hands off the wheel and let the universe drive your life into the direction that it needs to be driven into. And so, what I'm getting with this 10 of Wands is it feels like there's something that has just naturally reached its conclusion. It's naturally given all that it can give, and it's time to let it go because it's time for something new to come in. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we have. So, the mindset to have for this month is the Ace of Swords. This is a month to focus on the truth, to focus on what's real, what's reality, not what things could be, or maybe one day, or the potentials. What is showing up right now in the way that you need it to show up? Okay? And that was really kind of the theme of the past couple of weeks in the astrology, is we've been having to look at things for what they are, for the reality of things. And that continues into this month, right? So when you're evaluating something, you're evaluating a relationship, you're evaluating a career, you're evaluating a business, you're evaluating a friendship, whatever it is. What is it right now? Is this thing providing for you right now? Is this thing working right now? And if the answer is no, then the answer is no, right? If you can't see yourself growing and evolving with something, then you just can't see yourself growing and evolving with something. It just is what it is. Or when someone shows you who they are, believe them. When something doesn't work out, accept that it doesn't work out, right? Like, this is a month not to kid yourself. This is a month not to fool yourself. This is a month to accurately judge a situation for how it's presenting. Okay. And this may not necessarily be the month where you can actually do anything about it, right? For some people, just depends on the situation. This will be very individualized. But at the very least, it's like you need to see something in your life for what it is. You need to see something for the truth and understand that it's time for the wheel to turn, right? It's time for the wheel to turn. If a situation has not resolved itself or is not showing promise of moving forward, then there's a need to leave it right where it is. Okay. And that can be a hard pill to swallow, especially if it's something that you really wanted to work, or something that you had really hoped for, right? It's like you have to be honest about what's growing and thriving in your life, right? Like the seeds that you've planted this year, like what seems to be thriving and looks like it's going to give good results and what's not. And if something is just not, then it's just not, and that's okay. You just don't put any more energy and effort into it, you know, switch that energy into something that is working. And I feel like that's also what this month will show is what is working, because there may be something that is working, but something else that's not. And it's like, it's better to invest your energy all into what's working than trying to split it up into something that's just not. Okay. So you want to be realistic, realistic with yourself, realistic with others, realistic with situations, judge things objectively without getting your emotions too involved, and just honestly look at a situation for what it is. Okay. In the heart space, I have the 7 of Cups. So this month can bring with it a lot of confusion. Okay. A lot of uncertainty, because something that maybe you thought was one way, you're going to find out this month that it's not. And that may be like, okay, well, what does that mean now? What do I do about that now? And again, I don't think this month is the month where you need to have the resolution, but it is just a month to be aware and accepting of the truth. And there may be some questions that go unanswered right now, right? There may be some things that are just going to be up in the air because it's not time for you to fully understand. And that's okay. Okay. So I feel like there's a part of this month where it's like you have to be okay with maybe not knowing everything, or you have to be okay with a level of uncertainty, or you have to be okay with being a little bit uncomfortable, and just kind of going based upon what you know, right? It feels like this month, it's like you just have to work with the information that you have, and that's that, that's just that. So, I'm getting that this is not going to be the easiest month, but it will be very, very good in the long run. Okay, so the challenge for this month, wow, I have two. I have the 6 of Cups and the Judgment card. Yeah, it's the letting go of the past. And really, what it is it's the letting go of the story that you've told yourself, or letting go of the underlying feeling that you were hoping that something was going to give you, right? So it's like maybe you went into a particular relationship thinking it was going to give you a feeling that you wanted to feel. It was going to make you feel that certainty. It was going to make you feel that love that you wanted. Or maybe that job was supposed to bring the stability. Maybe that job was supposed to bring the foundation you were looking for, right? It's like there was a particular feeling that you were chasing. And now you're understanding that the way and the method you were going about trying to satisfy that feeling isn't working. But there may be a better way. That's the thing. It's like what I'm kind of getting is like the sun is always going to come out again, right? Like we are still in Leo season, right? The sun's still going to come out again. Even if the sun goes down on something, it's going to come back up again. And I feel like that's something that has to be remembered this month. It's just because the curtain may be closing on something in your life, or just because something may be leaving your life, doesn't mean you're done forever. You're just done with this chapter. You're just done with this season. It's given all that it can give, and it's time to proceed forward. Because it feels like with this Judgment card, it's like you're being liberated from something. But what I'm getting is this is almost like a graduation. It's like, okay, you did what you needed to do there. You got what you needed. You accomplished what you needed to accomplish. Now it's time to go to the next level. Like, you don't need to stay on this level anymore. It's not providing you with any more growth. So, the action to take this month. Okay, I have two. I have the Ace of Pentacles and I have the Daughter of Swords. So, what I'm getting with this is take things day by day, take things as they come. You don't need to have the whole story, or you don't need to have the whole picture. You don't need to be able to see the whole path to keep moving. It's like every single day this month, just make the best, most logical decision that you can make on a daily basis. And that's just that, right? Like, I'm getting kind of just one foot in front of the other, day by day, step by step, right? Don't worry about the problems of tomorrow because there's enough problems for today. Like, just take things one step at a time. Okay. I'm definitely picking up like you're not going to be able to see the entire pathway. And there's a purpose for that. There's a reason for that. And there's a need to trust that. I'm also getting to like this may be more of a month where it's better to kind of keep things to yourself, or to kind of give yourself time to process things before you go off and tell other people. Like, it's like you need to understand things for yourself and make sense of things for yourself, or make peace with things for yourself before you go and tell everyone, "Hey, this is what's going on," right? So, like I said, I don't feel like this month, like, you've got it all figured out and all resolved and you're good. That may come in months to come. I feel like what's most important this month is that you understand what you're doing. No one else needs to know what you're doing, but you need to know what you're doing and why you're doing it. So, the outcome of the month, I have the 6 of Pentacles and I have the 10 of Swords. Wow, yeah. It's like everything at the end balances out. So, even if you lose balance this month, which is very possible, okay, during eclipse season, it's very normal to lose balance, to lose control, okay? It's kind of a part of it, right? To let your life rearrange and shift itself as it needs to. And that's really going to be dependent upon, how far off you are in regards to where it is you need to be in terms of your personal divine karmic path. That's going to depend how, crazy eclipse season is for you, right? If you're pretty close on path, it maybe won't be too disruptive. But if you're really far off path, or there's a lot of karma that you need to work out, then it can be more disruptive. But ultimately, it feels like things are going to balance out, and you will be more okay with letting something go. Like, as you start the month, or you start to realize this month what needs to leave your life, or you start to realize where the curtain is closing in your life at the beginning of the month, it may be like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Or I don't want to let that go. Or why is that happening? Like, I don't want that. But then by the end of the month, it feels like you're like, "You know what? I actually get it. Like, this is actually a good thing. Like, I see how this is beneficial for me. I see, why this has to happen." And it feels like you're a lot more accepting by the end of the month. Okay. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, I have the 5 of Pentacles. So I'm getting lots of messages here of release, of endings, of letting goes, which in the moment will be like, why? Like, why is this happening? Like, I didn't think that was gonna happen, but then it does. And in the moment, it's like, wow, geez, I didn't think that would happen, or I didn't want that to happen, or I wasn't ready for that to happen. But then in the end, it's like, you know what? It's probably for the best. It's just hard to see that in the moment when things are actually going on. Okay. So let's get some oracle cards to make sense of this and to round this out. I have know your worth. Okay, yeah. So a part of the graduation that is happening this month is that your level of worth has likely risen. So when you entered a particular situation, you maybe were at a certain level, but since then you've grown and evolved. So now you're more valuable, you have more capabilities, and where you're currently at right now may not be the best place for you to be, right? So it's like sometimes the universe takes you out of a situation because that situation is not good for you. And yes, it may cause disruption, but it's trying to put you in a place that's better where there's more opportunity for you to grow and thrive. And where you're at right now may not be a place where you can grow and thrive. And I feel like a part of this month is understanding like, yeah, you know what? It's probably good that this thing is leaving my life because I know that I'm better than it. I know that I'm worth more than this. I know that there's better for me, and sometimes we need the universe to do things for us because we ourselves don't make the right decisions. We're afraid to make the hard decisions. We're afraid to make the big changes, and sometimes we need the universe to come in and cause a tower moment to get us out of our comfort zone, to get us to move to where it is that we need to be. So what I want you to know is that a part of what's happening this month is not a punishment to you, it's actually a reward. It may feel or be a blessing in disguise. Okay? Okay. We also have talk less, feel more. That's what I was picking up with that Daughter of Swords. Like, I feel like this month, you don't need to have the explanation. You don't need to be able to tell everybody this and that, right? A lot of what you're going to be experiencing is going to be happening on a personal, internal, intuitive level. And it feels like this month is very important to have that connection to spirit, to allow spirit to guide your steps, not for you to guide your own steps. Let spirit guide your path. And a lot of times, the way to understand the way that spirit is guiding you is what is possible for you. What doors are open to you and what doors are closed to you? When spirit wants you to do something, the door is wide open and it's very easy to do the thing. And all of the opportunities and all of the resources are available for you to do that particular thing. But when spirit doesn't want you to do something, that thing is very, very hard. That thing is very, very difficult. Hey, widow, that thing seems impossible. That thing seems like, "Oh my god, that is just I just don't even know." Like, that just seems absolutely insane, okay? And that's what you have to be paying attention to right now is, like, how is the universe speaking to me through what is available to me? Okay, because the universe is always speaking to us. The universe is always guiding us. It's whether or not we're understanding that. So I feel like this is the month where the universe is gonna be talking to you, but you have to listen. You have to be paying attention. You have to be aware and not using your own judgment, but instead asking the universe, please guide me forward. Please guide my life where you want it to be. Please remove the things from my life that I no longer need. Please bring the things to me that I need that are going to help me grow and evolve. And then let it happen. Let it happen. Okay. All right. One final card for the month, and then we'll go into readings. We have attend to the details. Yes. Same thing. It's the same thing with this talk less, feel more card. It's like, okay, whatever the universe is guiding you to, make sure you take care of it. Make sure you really do it well. Make sure you do it right and do it properly, right? Don't just kind of glaze over it. When it comes to karma, right? We're in a season of karma. With karma, you reap what you sow. Okay. So you want to make sure that you're reaping for goodness. And so take your time. There's no rush, right? There's no rush. It's like just do it right. Just do it good. Do it with good intention with all interactions. Do it with trying to have the highest interaction for all. So that way you don't have to repeat things and go back over things again in the future. It's like just take your time, do everything right, think things through, be intentional, and go to sleep every night knowing, you know what, I did the best I absolutely could. I gave it my all. And then let it go. And then let it go. Okay. So, and funny enough, the bottom of the deck on the Oracle deck is detoxify. Okay. So, though this is a month with a new moon solar eclipse, it's with the South Node. Okay. So we're letting go of the past. We're removing things from our life. And the full moon that we're having in Pisces is also about the past. It's also about removing. So allow what needs to fall away from your life to fall away. Let it fall away. Don't try to fight it. That's what makes eclipse season stressful is when you try to fight it. You're, like, working against the current instead of just going with the current. This is the time to just go with the flow. "Oh, this thing broke. Oh, crap. Oh, this isn't working anymore. Oh, crap." It's like, "Okay, just let it be what it is. Don't try to alter the outcome. Let life rearrange itself for you and put you where you need to be." Okay? All right, so hopefully that is helpful for you all. If it was, do give this video a thumbs up. And I will now open up for live readings. Alrighty, so first up we have Miss Rhoda. Let's get your chart pulled up here. Okay, so Rhoda, this reading is for you. So this month, the eclipses are going to be highlighting your fifth and seventh houses. Okay, so the first eclipse on the 12th is going to be in your 11th house. That's going to be the new moon eclipse with the South Node. And then the second eclipse is going to be in your fifth house. Well, sorry, your sixth house, rather. It's still in Pisces. But the node is in the fifth house, is going to be in your sixth house. And yeah, we will talk about that. So that's kind of like the big areas of life that are being highlighted. But let's start at the top and then let's work our way down, building up to that. So on August 5th, you'll have a third quarter moon in the sign of Taurus. And so remember that this lunar month, started back in July with the new moon in Cancer, okay? And so that new moon in Cancer started in your 10th house of your career, area of career, public reputation, and status. Okay, so now you're hitting the third quarter moon, which is the third week off of that new moon. And this is the closing square of the month. So a lot of this month has been all about something in regards to your career, your public reputation, your status, people that have power and authority over you. That's been kind of the whole big thing. And now we're starting to kind of wrap up that month and make sense of what has happened. So, this for you is going to happen in your eighth house of death, rebirth, transformation. It's also the house of joint finances, joint taxes, all of that type of stuff. Okay. The money that we receive from other people. So when that third quarter moon hits, this is where you may start really thinking about the financial piece of your job and, if it's worth it, right? Is this worth it financially? Is this making sense for me? Is this job supporting me in the way that I need it to support me, okay? On one level, financially, does this job support me in the way that I need to do it financially? And then the other piece of that, is it helping me to grow and evolve and transform as an individual? Okay. And do I like the way that it's transforming me? Do I like the way that it's kind of shaping me and changing me and molding me? Like, do I like this? And if not, how can I kind of think about this differently from a psychological level? What kind of adjustments do I need to make in the way that I view this from a psychological perspective in order to continue going on here? Okay. So this is kind of really taking a step back from everything that has happened over the past 3 weeks, okay, and going, what did that all mean? What does that all mean? What was I supposed to learn here? What was I supposed to gain and gather from this, especially because you did have a Mercury retrograde in your 10th house? Like, what did I realize this month that maybe I didn't realize previously? What information do I have now that I maybe didn't have? And how can I integrate this in on a psychological level? Right? Where is it that maybe I need to grow and change and transform? And maybe where are some areas where maybe something is just not sitting right with me, and how can I maybe make some adjustments there? Okay. So a big part of the first half of the month is kind of you sitting with you and making sense of everything that has happened on a deep level and just making sure that it's serving you financially and psychologically. Okay, then the following day on August 6th, Venus will enter Libra. And this is huge for you because Venus is your chart ruler and Venus is going to be in your first house. Okay. So your chart ruler is coming home. Okay. Coming home to you. And when this happens, when your chart ruler comes into the first house, it's kind of like it's like a reunion. It's like, oh, okay. I just went around the entire zodiac. I had all of these experiences. I met with all of these different planets, went to all these different houses, and now we're starting again. We're back to self. And so it's kind of another moment of, okay, we've evolved, we've grown, we've learned, and what do we want to do in our next cycle, right? What do we want to do in this next kind of journey around the zodiac? Also, with Venus in your first house, this is where you are going to be putting a lot of focus and attention on you especially in your appearance. So, our physical appearance is a representation of what's going on inside of us and the way that we want to express ourselves. So, this could be a time where you're like, you know what? I'm a different person. I want to express myself in a different way. Maybe I want to wear different clothes or I want to um carry myself with a different body language, or I want to wear my hair in this different way. I want to wear my makeup in this different way because I want to give off a different impression moving forward, right? Just like I was talking about in the general reading, it's like you've likely grown, you've evolved, you've changed, and your appearance should reflect that. So that way the people around know, hey, I'm someone that values myself. I'm someone that keeps up with myself. And I want to, let you know that, not by verbally telling them, but by showing people, right? So it's a time where you may really um, put a lot of emphasis on your appearance, okay? Not from like a superficial point of view, but more from like, hey, this is who I am now and this is who I am moving forward type of way, okay? Also, with Venus in your first house, you can just feel more at ease, more peace, less stress. Okay. So that can also be a nice energy with Venus in your first house. Okay. I do want to mention one thing about Venus in your first house, though, is that Venus is going to go retrograde starting, I think, next month. She enters the shadow period. So you are going to have Venus return back into your first house. Okay. So your chart ruler is going to go retrograde here very soon, which shows that there are going to be some like reversals or massive reviews in your life here very shortly. So there's like two things I want to say about that. Number one, any changes that you make, you may review them, you may rethink them. Okay. Um, But also this can be like a very, very good thing, okay? Where you could kind of be keeping yourself in a little bit of like a comfort zone. And this retrograde is going to help you to kind of get out of a comfort zone, okay? So, what I want to say, like the way I want to kind of conclude that is I feel like this is sort of a time of like an upgrading for you. And as you kind of upgrade, that may change a lot of the circumstances in your life. Okay. You may kind of outgrow something or outgrow people. So just want to mention that. Also, Venus is going to cross over your South Node. Okay. In your natal chart. So I am kind of getting that there is going to be something that you're like outgrowing, leaving behind, moving away from here shortly. Okay. Kendra, thank you so much. Widow, thank you so much. So, yeah, just wanted to let you give you a heads up on that FYI because you do have, you know, uh eclipse season brings lots of changes, but having your natal planet go retrograde and especially go retrograde in your first and second houses, that's also going to bring a lot of changes. So, just kind of giving you a little bit of a heads up there. Okay, but we'll talk deeper about that next month as that starts to come more online. Okay, August 9th, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo. Okay. So that for you is going to be in your 11th house of your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. And so there's lots of energy in the 11th house right now. You have Jupiter there. The sun will be there at this particular moment in time. The South Node is going to be there. And then Mercury joins the party. And so what Mercury does is Mercury helps you to make sense of what is happening in a place. Mercury, when it goes into a sign, it goes, hey, let me communicate about what's happening in this sign. And so there's lots of things happening in your 11th house in regards to your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. And you're being asked to grow and evolve and to move forward in your life in some way. And so when Mercury comes into this area, it's like, hey, let me communicate this to you. Let me help you to understand better what is going on here. So you're getting more information. You're able to make better sense about where your life is going. And as you get more information about where your life is going, that helps you to make better decisions in the present moment. Hence, that Venus retrograde I was talking about. You're going to realize something that's going to make you want to make some major changes in your life, or the universe is going to make these changes happen for you. Okay. So it's going to be one or the other. Either you're kind of going to jump or be pushed, but I definitely see there's going to be some major changes ahead for you. Kendra, thank you so much. So, yeah, just one thing I really want to communicate to you is like, get ready for changes. Like, get ready for changes. Big time. Okay, big time, big time, big time. Okay. All right. Then on August 11th, Mars is going to enter Cancer. That's going to be in your 10th house. Okay. So something is happening with the career. When Mars goes into a house, it's taking some type of action. So some type of action is happening with your career. And with Mars, he's either going to cut something or he's going to accelerate something. Okay. And so this is going to be dependent upon the realizations that you're having. Okay. Especially the realizations that you start to have with this third quarter moon in your eighth house. This third quarter moon is going to show you the truth. And maybe even now you could be feeling it. Okay. Likely you have way more information about your career than you did like even a couple months ago. Right. So it's like when you first started your career, you're kind of like it's like starting a new relationship. You're kind of like in that honeymoon phase where everything's like awesome and amazing, but you likely have started to see some of the truth and the reality of the career that you're in, of the job that you're in. And I do feel like over the next couple of months, you're going to realize if this is actually an environment that you need to be in or if you need to grow and evolve beyond it. And I want to say that this too is if that does happen, it's not because, oh, you're not good enough, you couldn't do the job well enough. It's just that this may not be the environment. This may not be the environment that you need to grow and thrive in. There could be something better. You could have more your abilities could be better suited for something else. Your abilities could be better suited for something bigger that you just can't see right now. Right? Because remember, Jupiter just got into your 11th house. Jupiter is expanding your opportunities and possibilities for the future. So it's like you may need to kind of let go of one thing in order to be able to grow and expand into something else. So Mars there is going to bring a lot more activity to your career. So you said you've been busy, it's going to make you more busy, okay? And because we're talking about Cancer for you with your 10th house, this also can be very emotionally um demanding, okay? There could be lots of emotional ups and downs that are required at this particular point in time as well. So just be like prepared for that on the career front for there to be lots of ups and downs, which is also natural during eclipse season. Everyone's feeling more energetically sensitive. And so when a bunch of people come together that are feeling energetically sensitive, it can create lots of energetic sensitivity. Okay. So you may notice that a lot more with your job. All right. Then the big day of the month, August 12th, you'll have the new moon total solar eclipse in Leo. And that's going to be in your 11th house at 20 degrees. Okay. And so this is some sort of new beginning in regards to your goals, dreams, and plans for the future. But in order to for these things to come in, it's like something also has to be released. Old karma needs to be released in order for this new thing to make way. Okay. So it's very possible, like an old goal that you had, an old dream, an old plan, you start to realize, okay, you know what? I don't think I want to go in this direction anymore. Or now I see that this isn't really aligned with what I want anymore. And I need to go in this new direction. And I need to start getting more momentum in this new direction. Okay. So that can be the beginning of like an 18-month cycle of going in some type of new direction in your life. Okay. Then a whole week later, so you're going to sit in that energy for a whole week. And then a week later, you'll have the first quarter moon in Scorpio, and this will be in your second house of your finances. So you're going to realize, okay, you know what? This is the direction I want to take my life in. Then the following week, it's like, okay, how do I financially make this happen? You can start to come into the reality of what it's going to take for you to actually make your dream a reality. Okay. So this is where you could realize, okay, I'm not making enough money, or, I've got to change this about the way that I do money, or I've really got to, figure something out in regards to my money, right? Something around money and your goals start to clash. Okay. But again, it's a good thing because it's going to help you to make changes. Like the clashes that happen right now are good because they're forcing change that's going to make meaningful differences in your life. All right. Then a couple days later, the sun will enter Virgo. And this for you is your 12th house. Okay. And so when the sun goes into your 12th house, you can kind of feel a little bit more drained because the sun is your life force, your energy, your vitality. And when it's in the 12th house of like endings or losses or culminations or of your private time, your private life, you can notice that your energy is a little bit drained. And that's also very normal as well during eclipse season to feel drained. So do know that there is a lot of like energetic strain on you. And by like, mid-month or a third way through the month, you may be like, "Oh my god, I am so freaking exhausted. I'm so tired. I just can't deal with this." Honor that to the best that you can, right? You still maybe have responsibilities that you have to take care of, but do honor that feeling of rest because it serves a dual purpose of there also are things that need to be healed, right? There are also all things that need to be realized, and these realizations can only happen when you're by yourself, when you're at peace, when you're quiet, when you're in a state of rest or meditation is the only time that these realizations can really be like fully processed, right? So you'll want to prioritize your rest, you want to prioritize your sleep, you'll want to prioritize your meditation during this time and not see it as counterproductive, but see it as the way forward. Okay, then on August 25th, Mercury will enter Virgo. So again, wherever Mercury goes, he kind of communicates what's going on. And so as Mercury joins the sun in your 12th house, that's where the clarity comes. That's where the realization comes. That's where you're like, okay, like I get what I need to do. I understand what I need to release. I understand what that last chapter was like. Because once planets are getting into your 12th house, right, they've made that journey through your entire zodiac, right? So they've been on that whole 12 sign cycle and they're like, okay, what just happened? What happened over the past year? What happened over the past, 6 months, whatever it is, depending on the planet. What did we learn? What are we going to release? What are we going to keep? What are we going to make peace with and let go? And what are we going to put as tools in our toolbox to continue moving forward? So it's going to be really, really, really important to get that time by yourself, to get that private time, that meditation time, that journaling time. So, so, so important. So that way you go into the next cycle refreshed, renewed, rejuvenated, and ready to go. Okay. You said my kid's dad got home from prison Thursday, and I'm having a hard time dealing with that. And that also makes sense with the 12th house. 12th house is about prison. Okay. And so during that time when the planets start going into your 12th house, that's a time where you may start to get more clarity about that whole thing, get, information that maybe you don't have right now in regards to that situation. Like, what does this mean for custody? What does this mean for this? What does it mean for that? All those things may be kind of uncertain right now. But once these planets get into the 12th house, maybe like, okay, like I get it now. I understand it now. It's making more sense. So give that a little bit of time to like suss itself out. But I can understand you would definitely be feeling a type of way about that right now. Okay. So that's that. And then August 28th, you have your full moon partial lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces. And that's going to be in your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. Okay. So, what was really pushing and propelling you forward was that, North node that was in your sixth house. And so now you're having like a final eclipse here. Okay. One of like the final um eclipses in regards to your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. So there's like one final push to get your kind of daily routine, your daily life set up in the way that it needs to be set up. And at this particular time, now the node is in your fifth house. So it's like, okay, we're getting our daily life set up, but we're doing it to move things forward related to our children, love life, dating situation, creative situation, inner child. Okay. So before it's like your work and your career, everything was kind of setting you up to help you to personally move forward. Right? Like it was more about you getting yourself where you needed to be and getting you aligned with where you need to be. Now it's like, I need to get my daily life aligned so this can start working better for my children. I need to get my daily life aligned so I can get this working better so I have more time to dedicate to the things that I personally love and just having more fun and free time and joy in my life, right? So it's like it's not just about working, it's more about working but also starting to create space for the things that you love in your life. So that's the way that things are going to kind of shift there for you. Then on August 31st, you will have Jupiter that is in Leo make a trine to Saturn that is in Aries. So Jupiter is in your 11th house, Aries is in your 7th house. So there's some type of beneficial energy that is occurring for you at the end of the month in regards to your relationships and the direction that you're taking your life in. So this could be like a positive, beneficial relationship um, that is coming into your life or someone that you know now that's helping you to grow and evolve and to move forward, right? So this could be like meeting a really good person that um can like help you with your career or help you to work on a goal, someone who's like really beneficial or has information or like a mentor or something like that, like someone who is very, very helpful is like possible at this time. So there's any like networking events or conferences that you can attend during this time that would be very, very good for you. Okay. So um you said I have started working out. That is amazing. And making sure I get at least one day off a week. Yes, exactly. It's like kind of bringing in more of that, like, work life balance, like, not just working just for the sake of working, but it's, like, working, but also, like, having a life and being able to, like, have time to, like, invest into yourself. That's, like, kind of the last push here. Before, it maybe felt, like, very sacrificial because you do have Pisces in the 6th house, so it's, like, you may feel like you're sacrificing a lot for your work. You've been giving up a lot for your work, making big changes for your work, kind of almost being like, doing whatever they want you to do, um, kind of to maybe like impress them. But now it's like, okay, now I need to kind of switch this up. And it's like, I need to make sure that I can like be happy. Like, I need to have a level of happiness if I'm going to keep doing this job at the level that I'm at or more. So that's gonna be a part of the way things are shaking out for you. So I definitely feel like this month's gonna bring some type of big change to your career. Um, and whether or not you're gonna grow and evolve with where you're at, or if it's gonna be time to look somewhere else. I think that will become very evident during this month. I feel like this month is gonna show you more of what's possible for you and gonna show you kind of what the pathway to getting there looks like, and the journey that you're gonna have to take over the next 18 months to get there. And the realization that where you're at right now, though it was a good bridge from where you were previously, where it maybe now could be potentially holding you back from where it is that you actually have the potential of going to. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful for you. Let me know if you have any questions. You are very, very welcome. Good luck. Let me know how things go. Next up, we have Widow and then Kendra. Alrighty, so Widow, this is for you. All right, so Widow, this is a big month for you, my friend. Big, big, big month for you. These are the first eclipses that you're going to have in your first house, okay? So for you, there are a lot of karmic changes, okay? A brand new karmic story is starting for you. And so we will talk about that. Yes, yes, girl. It's on. As soon as we switched into August, I was like, yep, it's on. It's on. And so let's go through the top and then we'll work to that. But, this is a big month for you. So, August 5th, you have the third quarter moon in Taurus, and this is coming off the new moon in Cancer that started for you last month in your 12th house. Okay. So, this current lunar month for you is has been a lot more about kind of wrapping up the past, making sense of your journey up until this point in time. Um, you may feel like you're in between two different worlds. It's like you're you know where you want to go, you're trying new things of the directions that you want to go into, but yet you still may have kind of pulls and ties to things from the past. That's exactly where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be kind of making those decisions right now of like, okay, what's going to move forward with me? What am I leaving behind? Right? Because you're starting this brand new thing. So it's like once you go in this new direction, you're in this new direction and there's going to be no more looking back. So this lunar month for you is kind of about, looking back and going, okay, I had to go through that, or I needed to leave that, or that had to end, and that's okay. That's cool. But you know what? I'm going to keep moving with this, and this person's cool, and I'm going to keep them around, and da 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 da. So, like, that's sort of where things are at. In this particular week, starting August 5th and up until the eclipse, you're going to be making those kind of decisions more in regards to your career, your public reputation, and your standing, right? So it's like, okay, how do I want to be seen now? How do I want people to perceive me now? What is the way that I want to show up in the world? What is the reputation that I want to have? What is the status that I want to have? And you could be making some big changes and big shifts during that week to kind of like get you rolling in that new direction. So, yeah, you said you're signing up for school and pivoting your career. Exactly. Literally, exactly. That's exactly what the first part of the month is going to be about, is sort of getting the ball rolling in the way you want your career to go moving forward. So perfect. You're already on it. August 6th, Venus enters Libra. This for you is your third house of your mindset and your communication and the immediate surroundings around you, the environment that you're in. So you could have a lot of very positive, beneficial communications at this time. And this is on multiple channels, in person, digital. Okay. Good connections could be made, good communications could be had. This is a really good time for selling, for commerce. Okay. This can be a really excellent time for that. So take advantage of that. Then on August 9th, Mercury will enter Leo, and this for you is your first house. Okay. So, with Mercury coming into your first house, you're going to be thinking about you. Okay. You're going to be thinking about you, your life, what you're doing, what you got going on. Okay. That's going to be the primary focus. Okay. And there can be information or realizations that you have about yourself at this time. Mercury coming into your first house means that, he's gone around the entire zodiac. He's coming to your first house and he's going, hey, I just talked to all these different people. I just went to all these different places, interacted with all these different planets. Here's some information that you need moving forward, right? So you can have some really big realizations about yourself during this time, and you could be talking about yourself or selling yourself during this time. Then on August 11th, Mars is going to enter Cancer, and that's going to be in your 12th house. Okay. So this is a little bit more private for you, um, where there could be some certain things that you're very quickly needing to heal, release, and let go, right? Like as you start to move forward, as you start to make these big changes and big shifts, it's possible that maybe certain things from the past come up, or insecurities come up, or fears come up, emotions that you didn't realize were there come up, and you very quickly need to resolve those things. Um, make sense of those things, make peace with them, and let them go. So that way you can proceed forward, because kind of like what this year is, it's like you're being pushed onto the stage. And this is like the moment where like you're right behind the curtain and you're about to go on, and it's like, "Oh my god, wait, I think I forgot my lines. Wait, oh my god, I'm kind of nervous." And everyone's like, "No, no, 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 you got this. Like you got to get over that." Like that's kind of like this moment with Mars in the 12th house. It's like, "No, you've got to go." You've got to go, right? Like you're about to have a Mars return here very, very soon. And so it's like the way that you're moving throughout life, the actions that you're taking, how you're going on is about to change for the next 2 years. So it's like you're about to be acting and moving and shaking and hustling and grinding in a brand new way. So it's like you've sort of got to like get rid of any last little hiccups that are going to prevent you from being able to be your fullest self. Yes, yes. Big glow up. Big, big, big glow up. And then August 12th, okay? August 12th, you have the eclipse right on your ascendant. I mean, it doesn't really get any more direct than that, right? Like, eclipse on your ascendant says we're starting new. Like, we are starting new. And because we're dealing with the South Node here, a big part of you starting new and moving in a new direction is understanding what you need to give up in order for the glow up to happen. Okay. A big part of the glow up is just letting go of what's making you dull, right? That's kind of the big part of the glow up. So it's like for you, something can, because an eclipse, something can be removed from your life. Something can start to fade away from your life, be released from your life, or you can lose disinterest in something. And if you do pay attention to that, because that's the universe's way of saying, like, you no longer need this. Like, you literally no longer need this. Like, it's time to let it go. Because this new thing that's coming in is going to require more. Okay. And because it's your first house, it's your identity. So it's like, it's time to let go of this old identity because it's time for you to be this new person. And you're not going to be able to get in the door if you're coming looking like that. Right. So it's like you're trying to be in certain rooms, certain circles, but you're dressed to be in these other rooms and other circles that you used to be in. So it's like you maybe are really, really good at like this thing, but it's like now you got to be good at this thing. And you can't bring the same energy from over there over here because it's not gonna work over here. But you'll be like, "Oh my god, but I know this so well, and this is so comfortable for me." And it's like, gotta let it go. Gotta let it go because these people that are in this room want to connect with people like this, right? North Node in your seventh house. It's like these new people that you're gonna connect with, they need to see you on this level. They don't want to see you on this level. They don't want to connect with people on this level. Or you need to present yourself in such a way where they recognize, like, oh, okay, we're on the same level. So you can realize, like, okay, yeah, I got to let this go. This thing about my identity, this thing about my appearance, this thing about the energy that I'm putting off or the first impression that I'm giving to people, I need to make a different first impression so I can get in the rooms that I want to be in. So, yes, very, 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 very big difference there. And it's hitting very personally. Okay, so you're sitting with that energy for a whole week. And then the next week, August 19th, you have the first quarter moon in Scorpio. Okay. So coming off of that, Now we're in a new lunar month at that point. So coming off of that new moon, you have the square to that moon from Scorpio in your 4th house. So this is deep. This is deep. And what degree is that at? Oh, I didn't put the degree. Let me see what degree because you have your north node there. So let me see. What degree is that? 27. Okay, so it's not at your north node. I just want to double check. Um but anyway, but nonetheless, it's still pretty deep, okay? So there could be some deep discomfort, right, on an emotional level about the new version of yourself that you have to be. It's like, I don't feel comfortable being this identity. I don't know how to be this person yet, and that's okay cuz you have 18 months to learn this new identity. You have 18 months to get comfortable with this. You're not supposed to feel 100% comfortable day 1, right? So it's like on a deep level, you may have to work through some very, very deep emotional, psychological insecurities or limiting beliefs that will um that you can kind of self eliminate yourself or you can disqualify yourself just because you have a limiting belief, right? Like, oh, no one in this room looks like me. Okay. It's like, so why is that uncomfortable? It's like you got to ask yourself those questions or there's no women in this thing. Okay. So what? What's the problem with that? Like you got to ask yourself like why is that a problem? Um and you kind of have to change your psychology and it maybe goes so deep like maybe you were taught these certain things from your roots, right? And so it's like you may have to kind of go against what you were told or taught or observed and take on some new beliefs that are going to help you to for you to break beyond your own comfort zone. So it's like the biggest barrier to you becoming the version of yourself that you want to be is going to be you, right? It's going to be you getting in your own way of you. And so you're going to have to confront something on a deep psychological level that just feels uncomfortable because maybe you were told, "Oh, don't do that," or "We don't do that," or "Not people like you don't do that." And it's like, "No, you got to eliminate that because that's going to self eliminate you before it even starts." Mhm. Yes. Okay, so that can feel a little bit like, ooh. Then on August 22nd, the sun will enter a Virgo, and this for you is going to be in your 2nd house. Okay. So with this new identity, then you have to figure out how am I going to support myself with this new identity, with this new version of myself. What does this new version of myself need to feel supported? And so, yes, that could be money, but it could be more than that, right? Just depends on who it is you're trying to become. So this is where you're kind of going to kind of start to figure out like what does this version of me need and how can I acquire that? Oops. And how can I acquire that for myself? Okay, so it's just going to be very individualistic to whatever it is. But you have to figure out how to support this new version of yourself, okay? Then on August 25th, Mercury will also enter here, and this will give you more information. So, Mercury will help communicate the thoughts and ideas to you, will help make that more clear to you. So, if you're like, I don't really know how to support myself yet, when Mercury gets here, Mercury will give more information. Then on August 28th you'll have the next eclipse, and this one will be it's a partial and it'll be in your 8th house, okay, of death, rebirth, transformation, finances, joint finances, taxes, insurance, investments, that type of stuff, and intimacy. However, the difference with this eclipse is that the North Node is in your 7th house now, not your 8th house. So it's like now you have to think about, okay, whilst the North Node was in my 8th house, I was acquiring all these things, or I was working on all these things, right? I was getting myself set up financially. I was paying off debt. I was making investments. I was working on myself. Now, how does this translate to other people? How do I bring value to other people? How do I become a resource for other people? How does this how does this position now give me leverage with other people? That's sort of the thing. Now it's like it's building the connections, building the relationships. So, the focus is less about you and more about other people and how you can kind of find the people who you serve and they serve you, right? You're going to really find your place, let's say, your niche, or you're going to find your tribe, okay? But it's about thinking like, what do I bring to the table? What do I bring to the table that these people even want to connect with me in the first place? Like, what is the value proposition here? That's something that's going to come online at that particular moment in time. Okay, then on August 31st, Jupiter is going to trine Saturn. And so Jupiter is going to be in your first house, and it's going to trine Saturn that is in your ninth house. Okay. So this is going to be really good for uh figuring out what is your, let's say, philosophy for life now, which is very important, right? It's very important for you to have like kind of like a mantra, let's say, or sort of have like a mission statement, or like a vision statement, like why you're doing what you're doing. Because the thing is, you can do anything, right? You can do anything. But what you don't want to be is a jack of all trades and a master of none, right? Because then you're not really talking to anyone, or you're not really a part of anything. But when you know what your thing is, you know what your whole philosophy is, you know what your, how can I say it? Like what you value most, then it's easier to find the people who you can connect with. And it feels like that's something that could become clear at that particular moment in time is, yeah, I mean, I could connect with anyone. I could be friends with anyone. I could sell anything to anybody. But what thing really aligns with me, right? And that's also going to contribute to creating deeper intimacy, is when you find the people that share your value, that share your philosophy, and you can go deep in with those particular people, regardless of what level it's on, whether if it's like on a friendship level or relationship level or client level, whatever it is. It's like, okay, yeah, like this is the guiding philosophy that defines me, and everything stems from here. And that can really help to kind of focus you and like narrow you in, which I feel is sort of what the North Node being in your 7th house wants to, because ultimately your 7th house is ruled by Saturn, right? Saturn rules your 7th house. So Saturn wants focus. Saturn wants kind of like a narrow path. It doesn't want a wide path. It wants to be like on a narrow path, going in a direction and going deep in that direction. And I feel like understanding that about yourself is going to help you to go really deep and figure out like where to really go all in. So it's a lot. It's a big change, it's a big change. And you don't have to have it all figured out this month, but it can become more evident this month of, you know, oh crap, this is kind of where I need to be, It's like I can't keep operating in this way. It's like this definitely served me and this definitely got me to this level, but what served me in this level is not going to get me to the next level. And there's just a new there's just new karma to play out now. A lot of the old karma was a lot about money and things like that. So now that karma's kind of worked itself out now, and now it's about relationships. And the I always say like the way to have the best relationships is to know yourself the best. And it feels like that's kind of what's happening for you. It's kind of like, okay, who am I and who do I want people to know me as, and how do I connect with those people, you know? So that's what's starting to play out. And again, you don't have to have that like you don't have to know exactly right now, but that's sort of the way to start shifting your mind. And some things will happen for you, right? Some things are just going to happen naturally, and some things you may have a little bit more control, but this is where you're heading. You said, and I have Pisces there, and Pisces wants to be avoidant of all of that. Yes. Yes, but you do have Saturn in Pisces, which helps to tighten up Pisces a little bit. Your Pisces is not kind of able to be as loose as it could be, which is a good thing. You said, right, am I going to overthink it? I feel it's usually right for him. Exactly. And that's the thing with this month. It's like when it's eclipses, you just kind of have to go, okay, let's just see what happens. Like, just kind of take the things as they come, take the insights as they come, the realizations as they come. And then when we're out of eclipse season, then you can like, move forward. But yes, this is how things are unfolding. It is amazing. It is amazing. It's a new way of thinking about life, which is going to help you to grow. It is. It is. This is going to be one of those years where you're like, oh, this really started then, or I started this in 2026, or that was when everything changed. So, yes, it really, really is. Alrighty, love. So good luck. Let me know how things go. Let me know as things start to unfold for you how it works out. Kendra, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you for being here. So, I am Bree. Welcome to my channel. Let me know, how comfortable are you with astrology? Do you have a good working knowledge, or do you kind of need me to explain things? She said, I know very basic things like zodiac signs. I'm familiar with Mercury retrograde. I know there's significant sun return. Gotcha. Okay. Are you aware of like your own chart? Like, do you know like your rising sign, your moon sign, your sun sign, like all that stuff? Said, but would like to learn and know more so I can use it to my advantage. It's a powerful tool. Exactly. That's exactly what my channel is all about. It's about using astrology as a tool, not as this kind of like thing that's telling you like you have to do this or you have to do that. Just more of, hey, this is what's happening. You can do this and, make this happen. So you're in the right place with that. You said I know my big three, like my Venus sign, Lilith. I don't know other sub houses. So I'm not familiar. Okay. All right, cool. All right, we can definitely learn as we go. I know we're going to talk about August, but is there anything specific about your life that you're looking for clarity on that's drawing you towards astrology? Or are you kind of just generally curious? Okay, that's okay. It's okay. So you said I've been acting for years. I took a break for about 2 years when I used to live in LA. Last year, I moved back home and got back into it for a few months. So I've been very career focused. Getting back. Okay. Awesome. Getting back into acting and feeling drawn to content creation because I have a gift of wisdom. Yes, you're a Sagittarius rising. So, yes, you're very, very wise. You have a lot to teach in this lifetime. I felt something off with my content creation for the past few months. Interesting. So, yeah, your chart ruler Jupiter has just changed signs. And so, that could definitely have shifted things for you. So that's something we can look into. So with me navigating what's aligned with me and trying to figure out that has led me into getting into astrology and bringing more clarity about my acting and content creation, needing more clarity on my niche, what helps me to stand out and feels aligned to me authentically. I've also considered going back to school to become a therapist. Okay. So you're kind of career curious right now. You're like trying to figure out career, how to express yourself, how to get your message out there, how to connect with people and like be recognized for your gift, skills, and talents and feel like useful. So I've been doing a lot of career navigation lately, and that's what drew me back to astrology to get direction and clarity. That's awesome. That is so, so, so awesome. And that's exactly what this tool can be used for. So perfect application of that. And yes, just want to validate you because as a Sagittarius rising, that is a part of your identity. That's how people are naturally going to view you in this lifetime as somebody that has some type of specialized knowledge or wisdom, or someone who can be a guide or a teacher or a therapist or a guru. So, yes, like that is where you definitely need to be going towards. You certainly are going to feel good when you are in that position where you're sharing what you know with other people and kind of guiding them and helping them in some way, shape, or form. Um, One thing I will also say about your Sagittarius ascendant is that it's conjunct Pluto. Okay. So that's intense. That's very, very intense. So that means that either you yourself as an individual person have gone through a lot of difficult, life-changing, traumatic experiences, or the people that you're going to be sharing your wisdom with, the people that you're going to be helping, that's what you're gonna be that's who you're serving, okay? You're serving those type those types of people, okay? You are welcome, widow. Much love to you. So you're serving those types of people. So what I want to say about that is you're not for everybody. Like you are not for everybody. There are going to be certain people that you're for and certain people that you're not. Pluto is very polarizing. Pluto is very black and white. Pluto is I do this and I don't do that. So finding your niche, like you said, is very, very important. And understanding your niche and understanding the people that you serve is very, very, very important. Understanding who they are, what makes them tick, what makes them happy, what is it, what keeps them up at night, what problem are they trying to solve, and being super, super, super hyper focused on serving those particular type of people is where you're going to find your success. If you try to be a generalist and try to help everybody and be appealing to the masses, you're going to feel lost. You're going to feel like, you know, this isn't working. I'm not reaching anybody. No one's connecting with me. And it's like, it's not until you really hit people like with that target, with that laser, with that focus, are you going to feel like I'm doing the work that I'm supposed to be doing. On top of that, you also have Chiron here as well. So that means, like, again, either you or the people that you're working with have maybe been wounded by their experiences But those experiences can be very powerful catalyst for healing. Okay, so this definitely is the chart of a healer, the chart of a healer who's been there, done that, and, knows what to do. Okay, so yeah, it's like the more you know specifically what you're talking about, who you're talking to, the better this works out for you. Um, because the opposite side of that, if you look at your seventh house, the seventh house is the people that you serve, and you've got Venus there. So it's like they're receptive to that. People are receptive to that. Like the right people are going to love you. So it's like um the more that you're just authentically who you are, the people really are like, "Oh my god, thank you for your authenticity. Thank you for speaking things that I can't speak about. Thank you for articulating this in a way that I couldn't articulate." And that's where your clients, your subscribers, your whoever, that's where they really fall in love with you. You said, "I've had traumatic experiences and have met people with that, and absolutely a lot of people don't like how deep I get." Yeah, you're very, very deep. So definitely not for everyone. I'm used to rejection. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. So you definitely have a niche. You definitely have a niche. Okay. So I wanted to touch on one thing you said here. You said, "I made content sharing my wisdom, but something fell off. I feel like I need to be more vulnerable, but not sure how." Yeah, vulnerability is very important in this particular social media climate that we're in. Um, People definitely want to feel like they're talking to a friend. They want to feel like they're talking to someone that's talking with them and not at them. So yeah, vulnerability definitely is a strength. But it can maybe be uncomfortable for you having Chiron in the 1st house, um, but it's nothing that, I feel you can't overcome. Now, one thing that's really working in your favor, that's awesome for you, is that Jupiter, which is your chart ruler, has just moved into your 9th house, and it's gonna be there until July of 2027. The ninth house is the house of teaching, publishing, you know, putting information out for the masses, and so your chart ruler is in this very beneficial position, making a trine or a beneficial aspect to your ascendant. So this is an excellent time to get into content creation, okay? At the same time, the South Node is also transiting through your ninth house as well. And the South Node is about, past karma and the releasing of that karma. Your natal North Node is in the ninth house, which shows you have a destiny of being a teacher in this lifetime. So you're about to have what's called your nodal reversal. So this is a really interesting time for you where, sharing your past karmas, your past traumas, your past experiences can help you to move forward and to become the healer that you're meant to become. It's almost like you said, yeah, it's like a therapeutic thing to do it. Like it actually helps you when you do it. Like, they say when you teach something, you learn it better, right? Or you learn it twice or however the saying goes. It's like when you teach other people, you actually like learn it more, you learn it deeper, you learn it on like, an even better level. And so that's kind of more of the way that I would see your channel right now is not necessarily um, this thing where it needs to meet certain metrics like a certain subscriber count or whatever, where it's more about just personal expression, just pure personal expression, It's something that of course, you wanna help other people, but that you are doing for you. That's the way that I would frame it first because that's gonna bring your audience. Once you bring the audience, then you can turn it into something that's like a business. Then you can turn it into something where it's a little bit more structured and, I can turn this into different like products and services and things like this. Once I kind of understand my audience and understand what they want and understand what they need, then I can do that, right? That's when like 2027 Jupiter enters your 10th house. Okay, now we're kind of making this more of a business. But right now, whilst Jupiter is in your ninth house, this is just more about expression. This is just more about teaching just to teach, right? Expressing just to express, creating just to create. That's the way that I would kind of just see this right now. I wouldn't overthink it, try to make it super perfect, try to make it this, try to make it that. Just go for it essentially. And I think you'll find the most success with that at this particular moment in time. Um, you said when doing it, when does it hit your 12th house? Jupiter will hit your 12th house in mid 2027. So I think like June, July 2027. Then it'll hit your 10th house. And then that's sort of where you're going to be more like career focused, making it into something more practical, something more realistic, something that's more structured and focused more on like the statistics and the numbers and the details, you know. But right now it's like just do it just to do it, just do it just for the fun of it. Because that's how you're going to bring your audience, you know. So you said that's so relieving low key because I was worried about the metrics. Yeah, it's hard not to because they're always being, shown to you, but you have to create human connection first. That's just kind of how it all starts. Yeah. Um, so let me see what else you had said here. Oh, you had also mentioned going back to school. This is also a good time for schooling as well, as the ninth house represents higher education. So if that's something that you are thinking about, then this would be the year to do it. This would definitely be the year to do it. In terms of acting, the transiting north node is in your third house, which would represent acting. And yeah, this also could be a good time for that as well. So everything that you're kind of thinking about doing right now is well aligned. Okay. So in terms of August specifically, what I want to point out for you in regards to content creation, potentially going back to school, potentially focusing on acting, is that you're going to have eclipses this month. So, eclipses are just kind of karmic seasons in our life where they're not really times where we have a lot of control over the energy, but rather the universe is sort of guiding our lives in the direction that they need to go in. And you have a north node eclipse that's going to be in your ninth house at 20 degrees, which is going to be conjunct your north node. So you may find this month that things sort of naturally align in the direction that it needs to go in. Okay. So what I want to say about August for you. Let August unfold for you. Let August show you the path to take. Okay? August is going to show you where it is that you need to go. Okay? When you have eclipses happening on top of your natal north node, this is take your hand off the wheel and let the universe take you in the direction that you need to go into. So right now you may be saying, "Well, I want to do this, I want to do this, and I want to do that." But then at the end of August, it could be like, "Well, you know what? I think I'm just going to focus on this right now. This makes more sense right now." Okay. You're also going to have another eclipse in your fourth house of Pisces. And this is a full moon eclipse. And this is going to be looking at the foundation of your life. Okay. So it's kind of showing you, like, hey, this is what we are foundationally set up for at this particular moment in time. Like, this is what we can foundationally handle in our life at this particular moment in time. So it's like, maybe you want to do all these things, but your foundation can only support you doing one or maybe two at most, right? So literally, universe take the wheel. Like, literally, universe take the wheel, because what's meant for you is naturally going to unfold this month. What's not meant for you, it's just going to be really hard. It's going to feel really uncomfortable. It's going to feel like, or you're going to lose interest, or it's going to be like, you know what? I don't know about that. But whatever you feel like you're naturally leaning towards, or the doors are opening towards, that's the universe saying, hey, go in this direction, push forward in this direction. So this is kind of like a wait and see type of month, as opposed to the following months where we're not under eclipses. This is a month to wait and see, but it's kind of the universe saying, hey, forget about that, do this. And then when it's over, it's like, okay, not to say I'm never going to do these things. I'm just doing this right now because this is what I have the capacity and the foundation for. So you said I have to wait for my residency to kick in schooling. So I probably can't go until fall of 2027. Is that astrologically okay? I have to wait for my residency to kick in schooling. I mean, yeah, it can definitely, it's possible for sure, because your chart ruler will be in the 10th house of career. So if that's, again, fall of 2027 is a long ways away. There's a lot of things that can happen from now until then. But so you can get in-state tuition. Gotcha. Yeah, that could definitely be fine, because Jupiter will be in your 10th house of your career, your public reputation, your status. If that's the way you wanna go at that time, that will probably be supported just looking at that one placement. We'd have to look more at the whole chart at that time to get more information, but just kind of cherry picking the information that I have right now about you. Yeah, that could definitely work. But again, that is so far away. That is so far away, and you really don't know what other aspects of your life could be happening. So yeah, it's definitely possible, but I would also just keep your mind open to changes, to different things. So yeah, for you this particular month, I would just be really open to whatever happens. And if you're going to try the content creation this month and it feels like this feels like it's flowing, this feels right, it feels like I'm going in the right direction, then stick with that. If acting is like the doors are opening and you're getting the auditions and it's feeling right and that's opening, then go in that direction. If the school thing is, I guess it's not open because the tuition thing, well, maybe that door's closed right now, right? So if that door is just closed, if it's just not possible because the tuition thing, then, kind of just push it off to the side for a sec and then pursue these other two directions. Um, but I do think that content creation is going to be a good path for you at this particular moment in time. It's the thing you have the most control over. And I think the thing that's most aligned with your natal chart. Um, I do feel like your gifts will shine a bit more with content creation. Mhm. Exactly. Just this particular month. This particular month is kind of that, go with the flow type of month. You said gotcha. Acting used to be a full-time thing for me, and now it's more so a side thing I love to. Yeah, exactly, like, it doesn't have to be, like, black and white, all or nothing, but, yeah, I feel like there's something good with the content creation thing. So, yeah, you'll have to let me know how things go for you. You are so welcome. Thank you so much for trusting me to read your chart, and if I can help you any more, I'd love to. Just let me know. And you said the eclipses were the stuff with the dates, right? So, yeah, I'll put it back up on the screen. So, the dates in red, those are your eclipses, but because eclipses are so powerful, it's not necessarily, on the exact day and the exact time of the eclipse, you'll feel the energy or you'll get the insight or the download. It's really active like the whole month, right? Like the whole month is going to have this very karmic, kind of faded, sort of heavy consequential energy to it. It's just those dates are where it's like official. Like, okay, now we've crossed over this threshold. Hello, Sarah. Yes, of course. All right. So, Kendra, let me know if you have any more questions. But if not, thank you so much. For Sarah, hope you're doing well. Sarah wants to know, really quick for Kendra. So, eclipses are full moons or new moons that are connected to the north nodes or the south node. So, you have your new moons and full moons every single month. You know, you have one new moon, one full moon every single month that happen in a particular sign. But every 6 months or so, that new moon or full moon will be conjunct either the north node or the south node. And the north and south nodes are connected to karma, destiny, fate. So these are times where our lives can take more fated events or bigger events that require more intervention can happen. So, new jobs, getting pregnant, getting married, getting engaged, getting divorced, like big life events happen around the times of eclipses because those are the types of events that change our fate, change our destiny, change our karma. On just like normal new moons and full moons are not really powerful enough to change our life in such a big karmic way. But when you're under eclipses, these events have the potential to change the course and direction of your life in a really big way that you would not be able to do on your own. So that's why these months are really important. You are very, very welcome. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll talk again soon. Whenever you have questions, just let me know. Alrighty, Sarah, back to you. Let's look at Johan's feelings. So, most important messages for Sarah at this time. What are Johan's true feelings towards Sarah? Okay, the minute that I said that, I have the Ace of Wands that popped out. Okay, so he wants this to, what he would really like for this to be is to be something that can maintain its physical characteristics or its physical presence, okay? As much as possible, okay? Um, what what annoys him? What annoys him about, like, dating is how someone can be there 1 second and then not be there the next. He hates how, like, you'll be talking to someone and then, like, that just fades away for whatever reason, and then you talk to this person and it's, like, going good with them, and then that just fades away for whatever reason. Like, he just wants something that's, like, there, that's just, like, maintains its physical presence without it requiring a lot of, this is gonna sound bad, but, like, without it requiring, like, a lot of work or maintenance, like, something that's just easy, something that's just fun, that's just there, where, like, we just enjoy each other's company, you know? Like, that's, like, what he's really hoping for on a deep level, okay? It's, like, a really big need of his, and he's, like, hoping that this can be possible with you, but I won't lie, he is also kind of like, if it doesn't work, he'll be like, "I knew it wasn't gonna work." Like, he's kind of a little skeptical, I guess. Let's see what else. Yeah, I have the King of Swords. Yeah, it's like he doesn't want anything that's too emotionally messy. That's what happens. It's like stuff gets too messy, feelings get too involved. He just wants something that's like very matter of fact. Like, I show up for you, you show up for me. Like just something simple where it's like we're both on the same page and I get what I want. um yeah, it's like he wants one consistent person that he can go to get what he wants. And more of what he wants is like, how can I explain it without making him sound bad? 'Cause I don't wanna make him sound bad, but, like, it's very kind of forward, the way the energy is coming off. It's like, I wanna get my needs met, I wanna get pleasure. I don't want something that stresses me out, like, I just want something that's, like, easy, but it's not in a way where he's, like, not valuing the person, it's just like, I just wanna get what I want, like, hopefully this is expressing what he's trying to say, but, like, he just finds it really hard to just get what he wants without, like, a lot of difficulty. Okay. I also have the 2 of Cups, yeah, like, if someone could just give him what he wants, like, he will then love that person, like, it's kind of the opposite with him, and I could maybe argue to say, like, a lot of guys are like this, but it's like, if he could get what he actually wanted from someone, then he would fall in love with that person, but what he finds is, like, people wanna know that you're, like, committed to them first, and then give you what you want. He's like, "No, give me what I want, and then I'll commit to you." You know, like, then I'll be, like, more invested in you emotionally, but, like, I'm not gonna invest emotionally until I know I'm gonna get what I want. That's, like, his way around it. It's like, "Let's just have fun. Let's keep this easy. Let's keep each other company. Let's just be there for each other when the other person wants, you know, the other person to be there for each other more on, like, a physical level, and if that works out, then I'll be there all the time," you know? That's sort of his way of looking at it, but I feel like he kind of runs into the opposite situation more often than not, where the person doesn't wanna give him what he wants until they feel like, "Oh, like, he likes me," or "He's gonna be here," or, it's gonna develop into something more. He's kind of looking at it from the opposite way. So, this is what he's hoping that he can get from you. He's hoping that he'll get this kind of like arrangement with you, so to speak. Yeah, Queen of Swords. Yeah. Um, but he knows there's always a catch. Like, there's always a catch. Like, on the other side of that, he knows, like, eventually the person's always gonna be looking for more, and that's kind of what he feels with you, like, maybe you'll be able to have this dynamic for a certain amount of time, but then eventually you'll be looking for more. Eventually, you're gonna wanna know, "Okay, what's going on here? What are we doing? What's your plan? What do you think about me? What's your intentions?" Right? Like, that's gonna come eventually. And not to say that he, like, doesn't want that, it's just something that he just has, like, kinda like a resistance to. Let me try to figure that out a little bit more. 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, I guess he just really ends up in a lot of situations where it just isn't mutually beneficial. That's his sort of dilemma. Um, where yeah, it's like maybe this arrangement works for a period of time, but then the other person wants more. Yeah. So specifically when it comes to you, here's what I want to say, like right now. There's no like specific feelings that he has for you. It's more of a desire that he'll hope you'll meet, if that makes sense. Like his heart is not letting off any feelings. Um because he wants to see if he can get what he can what he wants first. And the feelings will come later. The feelings will follow from that, but he feels like eventually you'll be looking for more. Either because you actually will be looking for more or because that's just what happens in every situation that he ends up in. Like, it starts good and he thinks that the person's on the same page, and then at some point it's like, "No, like, what do you want from me? Where is this going? What are your intentions?" When those questions starts, he's like, "Ugh." He doesn't want those questions to be asked, you know? He just wants it. So, I don't know, it just depends on if you wanna give him what he wants. What does he want? What did he tell you? Yeah. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Yeah. It's like, yes, he wants those things, but it's like, eventually. Like, let's see how this goes first, and then if it's going good, then yeah, I'll do those things eventually. Which, like, he will, but I don't know. It just depends on if you want to front the investment, so to speak. It's like this kind of requires you to put yourself on the line first, and then on the back end, then he'll make up for it on the back end. So it kind of just depends on whether or not you think he's worth like fronting for. Yeah, like he could definitely get there, but like he doesn't want to just go straight to children and family. Like, he wants to have like a good relationship first. And what I mean, like, but his definition of good relationship is not like, oh, let's be committed and let's be responsible. It's more of like, let's have fun, let's have a good time. And if we're having fun and having a good time and we're like falling in love, then naturally it's gonna like get there. Like that's kind of how he feels. Like it'll like naturally get there. He's like, yeah, I want kids. Yeah, I want marriage, but I also want to like feel like I'm like in love with the person or like that it's just gonna like happen. Like not where it's feeling like kind of like a business deal or it's feeling like arranged, you know? It's like he wants it to feel kind of like natural. So with him, it's like you kind of have to show him you have to like show him the goods first and then he invests on the back end. Like that's the thing with him. He's not going to make the first step. You kind of have to make the first step and then he makes the first step, which I guess is fine. But it just would depend how much you like him. It would definitely depend how much you like him. There's no guarantees with this guy. I'll just say that. There's no guarantees. But if you felt like he was worth the risk, then yeah, take it. You said I like his values. He is from the same country as me, which is nice similarities there. And he is a masculine guy, simple. Then I would, if you like him, then I would give him a 30-day free trial or a 60-day free trial where you drop your guard, you drop your fears, you drop your insecurities, and you just show up for him in the same way that you would show up if you were in the actual relationship that was leading to children and marriage. Like, show him what you're getting. Like, this is what you get with me, right? And give it to him fully so he can fully experience it, not just hear you talk about it, or maybe it could be, or whatever, if you make me feel comfortable. Like, no, show him what it would be like and see how he reacts, right? If you let your guard down and you're fully vulnerable and you're fully in your feminine and he is super responsive to that and it's making him step up in his masculine and he's making you feel good, okay, then you give him access and then you pull him off the trial and you say, okay, did you like that? Do you want more? Okay, now you commit. But he has to see what he's gonna get, like, you have to give him the experience first. That's the thing with him. You have to give this specific guy the experience first, then he buys later. That's the thing with him. So, if you really like him, I would give it an honest shot. Give him a 30-day free trial, 60-day free trial, 90-day free trial, whatever you wanna give him, whatever you think is good, and truly give him yourself, give him access to you, knowing in your brain that I'm going to cut this off at some point. I'm going to give him access. I'm going to revoke it. And I'm going to demand, what I want. And it's also a good exercise for you as well, you know, to live in that energy and to be in that energy. It's just going to be nice for you to be in that energy, just in general. And it's also gonna be it's a good test to see, like, does our energies even work well together? Because yes, this may make sense from, like, a logical point of view, like, "Oh, yeah, we have similar values. Yeah, we're from the same countries." Like, yeah, it should work, right? Like, if you guys are the same, it should work, but maybe it doesn't energetically work, I feel like this is one where you just have to try, So you text him every day. You send him cute messages every day. You send pictures. You do this. Like, give him the full experience. Let him see what it's all like. Yeah. Venus and Virgo. Okay. Capricorn moon. So he's practical. So he needs to see things in real life. He's not an air sign where he can, like, think about it and it's like, okay, yeah, he wants to be mentally stimulated, or a fire sign that, likes to talk about possibilities and things like that, and like, oh wow, that would feel so cool, right? No, this is a practical guy. So give him a practical real life tester of what life will be like with you. And if it's adding value to him, then he'll invest, right? A Venus and Virgo is going to invest in something that they see as practical and valuable. Capricorn moon, again, something that's practical, long lasting, and valuable, is going to feel comfortable. So just do it, just show him what it's like. Alrighty, love. So, hope that was helpful for you. Good luck.